Good evening. Tonight, I'll tell you a story lost in time. The kind of story wrapped in mist, hidden in silence, and gently folded into the rhythm of water. You're lying still. The air is neither warm nor cool. It just is. And somewhere between your thoughts and the hum of sleep, a soft breeze carries a scent that isn't yours. Something earthy, old, a smell like wet stone and marigold petals. As the world grows quiet, let us open a page from history. Tonight, we drift back to a lake that doesn't exist anymore. A city that once floated, not on dreams, but on islands grown by hand, and a people who whispered their secrets into the soil, trusting it would remember. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. Tell me, where are you listening from? What time is it there? I'm curious who else wanders the quiet hours like this. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights, get cozy, and together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. You blink. The sky is silver gray. Not quite night, not quite dawn. Around you, still water stretches in all directions, like someone took a giant mirror and laid it across the earth. There's no sound but the lap of water against wood. You're sitting on a raft, so low it kisses the lake's surface, and everything's fog. Wisps of it curl like steam from an invisible teacup. You reach out, curious, and the mist moves, parting gently around your fingers. Ahead, something floats into view. At first, it looks like a shadow, a vague smudge on the water's edge. Then another, and another. Shapes, long and flat, arranged like puzzle pieces. You squint, and the shapes become more familiar. They're gardens, floating gardens. You're not dreaming that. They bob softly, held in place by stakes, driven into the lake bed. Your raft drifts closer. These aren't flower beds for decoration. These are plots of maize, beans, chili peppers, and squash. Some hold wildflowers, others herbs. They're perfectly rectangular, woven together like a handmade patchwork quilt. You run your hand through the lake. It's clean, surprisingly clear. Below the raft, fish dart like streaks of silver lightning, then disappear into the roots, hanging beneath the chinampas. That's what these floating islands are called. Chinampas. You mouth the word. It sounds soft, ancient. The raft nudges gently against one of the islands. A figure appears, an old man, bent slightly at the waist, holding a long pole. His eyes are small but alert, and his skin has the look of baked clay. Weathered, crackled, wise. He doesn't speak, just nods toward the raft. You climb onto the chinampa and immediately feel the difference. The ground is soft but stable. It gives a little under your weight, like standing on the thickest mattress imaginable. He begins walking, and you follow. Rows of crops stretch ahead, lined with water channels that reflect the slowly rising sun. Dragonflies flit like lazy sparks. You spot a heron, standing like a grumpy philosopher, motionless on one leg. The old man gestures to the sky. Above you, it's glowing now. Faint orange, then peach, then pale gold. The fog begins to lift, burned away by the morning light, and behind it, oh wow, a city rises. Not beside the lake, in it, Tenochtitlan. It's not what you expected. You thought ancient meant dusty, brown, ruined. But this is a jewel. The buildings gleam with white plaster and painted murals. Tall temples reach skyward, like staircases for giants. There are walkways, canals, bridges, more water than road. It's like if Venice and a pyramid had a baby, and that baby grew up smarter than everyone else. You notice something odd. The city glows without torches or candles. Turns out, that's mica dust, crushed crystal dust. The Aztecs mixed into their buildings to make them sparkle in sunlight. Imagine flexing that hard with your architecture. Oh, your palace has gold? Ours literally glitters. And the weirdest part, it smells nice. Fresh herbs, warm bread, and something floral. Maybe from the floating gardens, maybe from the hundreds of people already bustling around the city, carrying baskets, chatting softly, offering greetings in Nahuatl. Their language, you hear one greet another. Quali tonali, a good day. The old man smiles at you, then vanishes down a narrow path. You look back at the gardens, then at the glowing city ahead, and without really deciding, you begin walking toward it. The path is firm beneath your feet. Each step is quiet, soft. Somewhere far off, a flute begins to play. The tune drifts like a lazy current, wrapping around your thoughts. You imagine what it must be like to live on a garden that floats, to grow your food on water, to have an entire civilization balanced not on mountains or deserts or forests, but on a lake. And as you walk, something inside you sinks gently, not into sadness, but into calm. The kind of calm that knows things don't last forever, that even floating cities can disappear. But for now, this one's still here, waiting for you. Let yourself keep walking. There's still much more to see. You take a few more steps and suddenly realize you're no longer alone. Children run past you, barefoot and laughing, balancing bundles of herbs on their heads as if it's the most normal thing in the world. A girl gives you a grin with 2 missing teeth, and for a moment, you think she sees you, really sees you, even though you're only a dream passing through. Your feet carry you into the outer edges of Tenochtitlan. This isn't the city center yet, but already it feels like stepping into a watercolor painting that someone forgot to stop perfecting. Everything here is arranged with care. Even the ducks seem to swim in formation. The walkways are lined with smooth volcanic stones, arranged so tightly they'd make modern tile setters weep with envy. You pause at a canal. A canoe glides silently past, steered by a young man with the posture of someone who knows where he's going. His face is painted with white streaks. War paint, maybe. Or maybe it's just another Tuesday's fashion. You're never quite sure with ancient societies. He's carrying what looks like frogs? Fat, jiggling little creatures in woven baskets. Your face makes a expression on its own. Here's a fun fact. The Aztecs didn't just farm crops on their chinampas. Oh no, they were farm to lake to table before that was trendy. They raised frogs and fish right there in the water canals, next to their vegetables. Talk about efficient and delicious. Don't look at the frogs that way. You eat chicken nuggets shaped like dinosaurs. As you walk farther, the mist is gone. Now, the sun climbs higher, revealing more of the city. You notice how the buildings seem to breathe with the land. They aren't fighting nature, they've made peace with it. The canals aren't obstacles, they're highways. Canoes are everywhere, sliding silently like thoughts through the city's veins. You glance down an alley and see something unexpected, a tiny shrine tucked between two homes, surrounded by marigolds and blue corn. There's a statue, a jaguar small enough to hold in your arms, but fierce in expression. A woman kneels beside it, whispering a prayer. Here's something most people don't know. While the Aztecs are famous for their sun temples and warrior gods, they also worshipped local, everyday spirits, the ones that watched over your garden, your kitchen, your dreams. Historians still debate how widespread those domestic rituals were, but in this quiet corner of the city, it feels sacred, personal, as if the gods walk with you, not above you. You turn a corner and find yourself in a small marketplace. Nothing fancy, just a few mats on the ground, baskets of dried beans, strings of peppers, someone grilling tamales over a clay stove. The smell is so good, you nearly sit down and wait for them to offer you one. The vendor is a woman with sharp eyes and a sarcastic mouth. She's teasing a customer, accusing him of trying to pay with the wrong kind of beans. And yes, that's not a joke. The Aztecs used cacao beans as currency. You blink. So you're telling me you could buy a turkey with chocolate? Well, not exactly, but close. Cacao was so valuable, it doubled as money. And people even made fake ones out of clay to scam each other. Some things never change, huh? You take another breath. Everything here smells rich, earthy, smoky, alive. You hear laughter, bartering, and even music. A gentle strum of something like a lute, but stranger. A melody that curls into your ear and makes your toes forget where they are. A boy sits nearby, playing the instrument. His dog naps at his feet. A sleek, hairless creature that looks like it just stepped out of a sci-fi movie. That's a Xoloid squintly, by the way. The sacred Aztec dog. Loyal, silent, occasionally very weird looking. They believed these dogs guided souls through the underworld after death, which is both sweet and slightly terrifying. Good boy. Now help me cross the river of bones. Thanks. You move on. More people pass you, some with trays of food, others with pots of blue paint or bundles of reeds. You can tell. Everyone here has a role, a rhythm. And you? You're just drifting through, a feather in their wind. You stop at a quiet corner and look out over the edge of the city. The lake stretches wide again, and you notice something. This whole place, the market, the homes, the temples, it's all built on the remains of something ancient. Beneath Tenochtitlan lie layers and layers of older cities, generations of building and rebuilding, like memory stacked on memory, and no one's quite sure why they chose this lake. It was marshy, hard to farm, harder to build on, but still, they came, they stayed, they floated. Some historians still debate if the city was originally chosen for spiritual reasons or strategic ones. Maybe both. Maybe, like you, they looked out over the water and felt something pull. You close your eyes. Just for a second, the breeze shifts. It smells like corn ash and crushed petals. You're not tired, not exactly, but the weight of centuries is starting to rest on your shoulders, and you welcome it. After all, the city is floating, but your thoughts, they're starting to drift down. Let's keep walking. There's still so much more to see. A reed boat glides past you, barely disturbing the water, and you can't help but wonder how something so thin can carry the weight of two grown men, plus an enormous basket of chili peppers. It's like a floating salad, and yet, somehow, it works. You follow along the canal edge, your toes brushing soft earth and drifting petals. The lake seems to stretch into the sky itself. It's quiet out here, but not lonely. Birds chirp in unfamiliar cadences. Frogs croak as if reciting poetry. And somewhere off to your left, someone is laughing softly, like the city itself has secrets it's finally willing to share. That's when you see it. Your first real chinampa. It juts from the water like a dream made of dirt and care, rectangular, about the size of a small backyard, but more organized than your last 5 attempts at adulthood. Rows and rows of green things, maize, beans, squash, and something that might be amaranth, wave gently in the morning breeze. They're planted in careful alignment, as if the farmer's goal wasn't just survival, but aesthetic satisfaction. A man stands at the edge, kneeling in the soft earth. His hands are caked with mud, and his smile is the kind of smile that says, "Yeah, this is mine, and I built it out of nothing but sticks, sludge, and determination." And here's where things get brilliant. You probably imagined the Aztecs just found islands and started planting, but nope. Chinampas weren't natural, they were made. First, they'd pick a spot in the shallow lake bed. Then, they'd drive in stakes, willow trees usually, in a rectangular formation. Between them, they'd weave reeds and fill the space with alternating layers of mud, lake sediment, and rotting vegetation. Basically, they were composting before it was cool. Once anchored and fertile, they'd plant crops. Over time, the willows would grow into the structure, their roots anchoring the whole floating farm to the lake bottom. Genius, right? And sustainable, too. These farms could be reused for generations. Some sources say the same chinampa could produce up to 7 harvests a year. 7. Meanwhile, you forgot to water your succulent twice, and it still hasn't forgiven you. You keep watching. The man uses a curved blade to trim back some greenery and places it carefully in a woven basket. No part goes to waste. Even the weeds get turned into something useful. You can almost feel the pride in his movements. And there's a calm here, a rhythm. The city's hustle fades into the distance. Out here, it's just you, the lake, and this tiny miracle of agriculture. But wait, there's more. As you look closer, you realize each chinampa is connected by narrow footpaths or tiny canals, forming a patchwork, a green quilt across the water's surface. And if you look up, there are birds circling lazily overhead, probably thinking, dang, these humans really know what they're doing. There's a rustling beside you. A girl, maybe 10 years old, is ferrying a basket of flowers, orange marigolds and purple lilies, across a small plank bridge to another chinampa Her dog follows her, tail wagging like a metronome, set to joy. And here's an odd fact: Aztecs didn't just grow food here, they cultivated flowers, not just for beauty, but for ceremony, perfume, and medicine. The Shinampas weren't farms, they were living pharmacies, colorful, fragrant, and highly effective. You step aside to let her pass, and as she does, she pauses just long enough to offer you a marigold. You take it, even though you're not really here, and tuck it behind your ear. The scent is warm, spicy, and slightly hypnotic, kind of like cinnamon if it had secrets. She runs off, laughing, and you're alone again. But not lonely, not in this place. Then you hear it. Drums, faint, rhythmic, like a heartbeat stretched over water. You follow the sound, drawn forward, past more chinampas, past trees heavy with fruit, past the occasional paddle splash from a canoe slipping between plots. You round a corner and find a small gathering on a larger patch of land. A festival, maybe. Men and women dressed in bright reds and deep blues, faces painted with swirling lines and jaguar spots. Some are dancing barefoot, moving in circles to the beat of hand drums. Others offer food from clay pots to a fire burning low in the center. You can't help but smile. Even in the middle of their hard work, they made time for beauty, for song, for ceremony. You watch the dance. It's graceful and strong, like yoga with a beat and feathers. There's a rhythm to it that's older than anything you know. One dancer pauses, then suddenly throws a handful of flower petals into the air. They drift down in spirals, catching the sun like tiny stained glass windows. Everyone cheers softly, even the lake seems to approve. Here's a curious little truth. Many Aztec celebrations were tied to agricultural calendars, aligned with planting, harvesting, and honoring the gods of growth and rain. They had over 18 festivals a year, each with specific rituals, including feasting, dancing, fasting, and sometimes, yes, blood. But not always. Contrary to the Hollywood vibe, a lot of Aztec ritual life was about harmony with nature, water, earth, fire, and wind. The sacred foursome sounds like a 90s boy band, but far more powerful. And sure, historians still debate how much of that was public performance versus spiritual necessity. But out here, in the middle of this floating garden, it doesn't feel like theater. It feels like remembering something we've forgotten. That living close to the land doesn't mean giving up joy. It means making space for it. As the drums fade and the dancers begin to rest, you lie back on a cool stone. The sky above you is a canvas of clouds drifting over the lake. Your fingers trail through reeds. The marigold behind your ear tickles just a little. Your thoughts start to slow. The Shinampas, the city, the celebration, they blur at the edges. Not because you're forgetting, but because your mind is folding the memory into a dream. And lucky for you, we're not done yet. There's still a whole floating world left to explore. The hum of the festival still lingers in your ears, like a lullaby that refuses to end. And as you drift away from the dancing circle, the scenery begins to shift again. The soft earth beneath your feet grows damper, rich with the scent of living soil. The canals narrow and wind like sleepy rivers, inviting you deeper into the watery maze. You follow a man poling his canoe with the grace of someone who's done this his whole life. His paddle barely ripples the surface, yet he's gliding like magic. You trail behind, hopping from one mossy footpath to another, feeling the rhythm of this place seep into your bones. Eventually, you come to a wide open space, a sort of communal hub between chinampas. There's no market stall, no formal signage, just neighbors helping neighbors. One woman offers a bundle of herbs to another in exchange for a few squash. A boy tugs on his grandmother's tunic, begging for the sweet red fruit she's hiding in her shawl. She pretends not to notice. Classic grandma move. And then you notice something odd. One of the plots doesn't have plants. It has fish, tiny, silver bodies darting through submerged cages of woven reed. You kneel, peering closer. Surprise! The Aztecs didn't just farm on land. They farmed in the water too. Some chinampas were adapted for aquaculture, raising fish, frogs, and even insects like the ahuatle, sometimes called Mexican caviar. Yeah, you heard that right. They turned bug eggs into delicacies before TikTok food trends even existed. And you know that slimy stuff coating the lake's surface? Not just muck. The Aztecs harvested it. It's called spirulina, and it was scooped, dried, and turned into cakes rich in protein. Trendy smoothie bowls owe a quiet debt to these lake farmers. The same resourcefulness extended to the water itself. Engineers, yes, engineers, built a network of causeways, sluices, and aqueducts to control the flow of the lakes. They were like ancient civil engineers with a better fashion sense. In fact, one of the most underrated feats of Aztec life was their mastery of hydrology. You glance around and realize all this order, this harmony, it didn't happen by accident. It took planning, strategy, and patience. Not bad for a society that didn't even have the wheel for transportation. A breeze ruffles your hair. You look out across the water, past the chinampas, to the edges of the city, Tenochtitlan in all its glory. The sun glints off whitewashed temples and rooftops, dazzling your eyes. But your attention is drawn to something more humble, a cluster of homes made of mud brick and reed, nestled along the canals, families moving about, preparing meals, patching roofs, laughing, and you wonder, what was it like to sleep here? Turns out, their homes were designed for both comfort and the climate. Thick walls kept out heat in the day, and open spaces allowed the cool lake breeze to whisper through at night. Beds were low, often woven mats, called patats, rolled out in the evenings and tucked away come morning. Minimalist, sure, but kind of chic. You're tempted to call it prehistoric IKEA. You slip inside one of the homes, quiet as a shadow. A woman is rocking a baby while humming a lullaby. The tune is soft, repetitive, hypnotic. You don't understand the words, but you don't need to. It's the sound of safety, of ending the day in peace. The woman sets the child down, pulling a light cotton blanket over him. You notice she places a stone next to the bed, smooth, warm, likely heated earlier by the fire. It radiates a gentle heat to comfort the child. Suddenly, you remember your own nights as a child. Not here, but in your world. The smell of warm blankets, the buzz of cicadas, a nightlight glowing faintly in the corner, and just for a second, the centuries dissolve. You feel it again. Safety, serenity, that peculiar magic falling asleep when the world is exactly how it should be. Back outside, a small group of elders sits around a low fire, sipping from clay mugs. One raises a cup towards you, an invitation. You accept, of course. You'd be rude not to. The drink is thick, earthy and bitter, with a strange sweetness. Chocolate? Sort of. This is xocolotl, the original hot chocolate. But don't picture marshmallows and whipped cream. This is a ceremonial drink, sacred, energizing, prepared with spices like chili and vanilla. The Aztecs drank it to wake up, to fight battles, to pray, and sometimes simply to share a moment together before bed. You take another sip. The flavor is bold, like the land itself. As the fire crackles, someone begins to speak. An elder telling a story of the first Chinampa, of the gods who taught men to shape earth and water together. Others lean in. Even the crickets go quiet to listen. This isn't just farming, it's storytelling. Culture passed down like seeds, generation to generation. And here's the twist. Historians still debate where Chinampa farming actually began. Some say it predated the Aztecs entirely, adopted from the Xochimilca people who first settled the area. Others believe it evolved independently, a response to the growing city's need for food and space. But either way, the genius is clear. This method turned swampy lake beds into some of the most productive farmland ever known. And it did so without depleting the earth. Nature wasn't something to conquer. It was something to collaborate with. You glance back at the elder. His voice is fading, his story winding down. The fire's embers blink like sleepy eyes. You lie back on the ground, xocolotl warming your chest. The stars above the Chinampas blink slowly, as if they too are drifting off. The last thing you hear is a whispered proverb. To plant a seed is to remember the future. And that's where you'll pause tonight. Not at an ending, but at a beginning yet to bloom. The morning haze glides gently across the lake's surface. But time doesn't pull you forward. It lets you drift deeper. You're still in the heart of the Chinampas, the floating gardens, where dreams root in soil and sleep lingers like fog. The fire from last night has gone cold, but a few coals still glow like sleepy eyes, reluctant to close. As you rise, stretching limbs that somehow remember both hammock naps and feather beds, you hear a sound, rhythmic, persistent, swish, thump, swish, thump. It's coming from a canal nearby, and you follow it the way you'd follow a scent from your childhood. A young man stands at the edge of a garden plot, holding a long-handled hoe. He's chopping at something. Not weeds, not soil, but floating mats of vegetation. He tosses them aside, where another person gathers them into a pile. You realize they're building a new Chinampa, not from nothing, but from the lake itself. The base is made from layers of mud, reeds, roots, and more mud. A floating lasagna, basically. And just like lasagna, it takes time and care and a surprising amount of muscle. Every chinampa is a promise, someone says behind you. You turn. It's a woman, older, maybe a farmer, maybe a teacher. Her face is creased with laughter and wind. A promise that food will come, that the lake will give, that we'll remember how to live with it, not against it. You nod like you understand, and maybe you do, in that sleepy way you only do at night. When you don't overthink things, she shows you how they do it. First, stake out a rectangle in the shallow water with wooden posts. Then, weave reed fences between them like building a fence in a dream. Fill the space with layers, mud dredged from the bottom, rotting vegetation, rich silt, lake muck. Let it stew, let it settle, let the magic happen. And when it's ready, they plant corn, beans, squash, the holy trinity of Mesoamerican agriculture, growing together like best friends in a group chat. There's an efficiency here that makes modern farming look clumsy. No tractors, no chemicals, just hands, time, and cleverness. The Aztecs didn't plow fields. They fed them from below. And the kicker, these chinampas were so fertile that farmers harvested up to 7 crops per year. 7. Meanwhile, your houseplant dies if you forget it for a weekend. The young man gestures to his hands. Calloused, dirty, proud. We farm with time, he says, and water listens better than land. It hits you. This place isn't just floating gardens. It's floating memory. Each plot, each root, a quiet agreement between people and the lake. As you wander farther, you pass a woman crouching near the edge of a chinampa. She dips a bowl into the water and drinks. No filter, no brita, just pure lake water. You raise an eyebrow. Isn't that risky? Not here, because centuries ago, the Aztecs constructed a system of freshwater aqueducts and dikes to separate the salty Lake Texcoco from the sweet water of Lake Xochimilco and Chalco. They understood water dynamics better than some modern cities, and they didn't need an app to do it. One famous example, the Albaradon de Nezahualcoyotl, a massive dike system stretching miles across the lake. It controlled floods, separated waters, and helped preserve the delicate ecosystem the Chinampas relied on. Historians still debate whether this feat was mostly the work of the Texcoco king Nezahualcoyotl, or if later Aztec rulers expanded it, but either way, it's one of the greatest water engineering marvels of the ancient world. And yet, the irony, few people today have even heard of it. The floating gardens get a passing mention in textbooks, maybe a sidebar in an old geography lesson, but their brilliance remains, well, submerged. As you sit by the water, watching dragonflies skim the surface, your mind wanders. You picture modern cities, their concrete, their rush, their noise. You wonder what would happen if we listened to the land the way the Aztecs did, if we built with balance instead of control, if we floated a little more and fought a little less. A pair of children laugh behind you, skipping stones across the canal. One turns to the other and says, "Last one to miss the moon has to clean the calabashes." You don't know what a calabash is, but you definitely don't want to clean one. They run off, barefoot and wild, and you smile. Sleep is creeping back in. Not the heavy sleep of exhaustion, but the light, drowsy sleep of having witnessed something whole. The breeze returns, gentle as ever. It carries the scent of damp earth, maize, and flowers. Always flowers. You lie back again on the soft edge of a chinampa, arms folded beneath your head. Overhead, birds glide like dreams, looking for a place to land. A voice, the old woman's, maybe, or just your imagination, whispers, "The garden never ends. It just waits." And you believe it. The water laps gently against the roots, a lullaby without words. And if you're still with me, soft and slow, let the night continue its rhythm. The sunlight slips through the clouds like a secret, dappling the lake in molten gold. You're still sprawled on the edge of a chinampa, eyes barely open, wondering whether you've been here for minutes, hours, or a lifetime. And honestly, you don't mind. This dream is better than reality. No meetings, no alarms, no spam calls pretending to be from the IRS. Somewhere in the distance, a conch shell sounds, long, low, and echoing. It hums through the canals and reed walls like a note from another world. You sit up slowly, and the sound pulls you toward the ceremonial center of the city. Ah, yes, you've been floating in the gardens, but now you arrive at the beating heart of Tenochtitlan, the grand city itself, built on water, surrounded by chinampas, connected by causeways, canals, and dreams. Picture it, a city so clean, the Spanish invaders were confused. Clean streets, trash collection, public sanitation. You blink. Wait, like actual trash service? Yup. The Aztecs employed sanitation workers before your HOA figured out where to put the recycling bin. You walk along a wide stone causeway, elevated above the lake, lined with torch-lit altars and flower garlands. The scent of burning copal drifts through the air, sticky sweet like incense from a yoga studio that charges too much. The stone under your feet hums, not with noise, but with history. In the distance, you see the Templo Mayor, the twin pyramid temple that rises like a jagged tooth from the center of the city. One side is dedicated to Tlaloc, god of rain. The other to Huitzilopochtli, god of war and the sun. You wonder which mood they're in today, helpful hydration or full-blown smite mode. But you're not heading to the temple just yet. You're drawn to something quieter, something softer. In a courtyard near the market, you find a gathering of artists, painters, feather workers, sculptors, scribes. This isn't just a place of warriors and gods. It's a city of creators. One man carefully assembles a mosaic of turquoise and obsidian, shaping a mask that seems to shimmer with personality. This, he says without looking up, is the face of Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror. You ask what that means. He smiles. He's the god who lets you see yourself, but never exactly as you are. Okay. Creepy, but kind of cool. Another artist invites you closer. She's weaving feathers into an elaborate fan. Not just any feathers. These are iridescent, jewel-toned quetzal feathers. Rare, precious, each one worth more than gold. She tells you about the Amanteca, artisans who specialized in featherwork. Their creations were used for headdresses, capes, shields, and ceremonial fans, light as air, brighter than any painting. It's like wearing a rainbow, she says, except the rainbow's really picky and only grows in the jungle. Rectamari pause beside a young boy, copying glyphs onto a folded codex made of bark paper. He's practicing Aztec writing, a mix of pictograms, ideograms, and phonetic symbols. Each image means a word, a sound, or both. You lean over his shoulder. There's a jaguar, a hill, a droplet. Together, they spell Texcoco. Or at least, they will, once he stops giggling every time he draws a butt-shaped hill. One fact sticks in your sleepy brain. The Aztecs had thousands of scribes, trained to record everything, from tribute lists to poetry. One of the most famous poets was Nezahualcoyotl, who also happened to be a king, a warrior, poet, architect, philosopher. Basically, if TED Talks existed back then, he'd have his own Netflix special. The scribes recorded not just glory, but dreams, visions, warnings from the gods, and lullabies, gentle songs to guide children to sleep under obsidian skies. Suddenly, a bell rings. The market is beginning. You follow the sounds of drums and flutes into a vast open square teeming with people, traders from distant lands, all converging here. Some brought cacao beans, Aztec currency, and chocolate source. Others lead colorful parrots in cages, jaguar cubs on leashes. Yes, actual jaguars, and stacks of salt bricks carved like little loaves of bread. You pass a merchant selling vanilla pods. Their scent so rich, it makes your knees weak. Another offers pulque, a fermented drink made from agave sap. Slightly tangy, slightly fizzy, very slightly suspicious. You take a sip. It tastes like if yogurt and champagne had an awkward baby, but it's kind of nice. A girl hands you a tamal wrapped in maize leaves. It's filled with beans, squash, and amaranth. You take a bite. It tastes like the sun decided to hug your mouth. Amidst all this color and noise, a thought rises, the kind that only comes when you're half awake and drifting sideways through time. What if we already had everything we needed? Food grown without chemicals, cities cleaned without plastic, art made without algorithms, a life designed to listen instead of conquer. But before you can linger too long in that thought, a voice interrupts. Want to see the gardens from above? You turn. A smiling elder waves you toward a small wooden tower on the edge of the market. You climb, slowly, carefully, until you reach the top, and there it is, the full, breathtaking sprawl of Tenochtitlan. Chinampas like puzzle pieces, fitting into the lake with perfect harmony, causeways stretching to the horizon, people like ants, weaving color through stone, smoke curls from temples, boats glide through canals. The sun floats above it all, like a lazy coin tossed into the sky. You take a deep breath. The view doesn't feel ancient. It feels eternal, as if it's still here, waiting for someone to remember. You close your eyes. The lake sighs beneath you, and if you're still with me, if your mind hasn't drifted too far, just whisper it, gentle as moonlight. Continue. The tower sways ever so slightly in the breeze. Or maybe it's just your sleepy legs playing tricks. You stay there for a moment, perched between sky and water, like a heron who forgot how to fly. Below, the city breathes, slowly, rhythmically, like it knows you're watching. But the wind shifts, and you catch the scent of something unfamiliar. Not flowers, not cooking tamales, something sharper, spicier. You descend the tower's ladder carefully, following the breeze like a nose-led dreamer until you find the source. It's a cluster of healers and herbalists gathered at the edge of a calm canal. They're surrounded by baskets of herbs, gourds of liquids, and scrolls of painted bark. You step closer, and one of them, a woman with a crown of woven marigolds, greets you with a nod. "This is the school of the Tissittle," she says softly. "The healers." The Tissittle were part doctor, part priest, part therapist, and maybe part magician. They didn't just treat illness, they treated the spirit. You sit on a smooth stone beside her as she grinds a handful of episode with a polished stone. It smells like mint and mystery. She explains that every ailment has both a physical and a spiritual root. A cough might be caused by damp weather or by a sadness that you never gave words to. And yes, if you're wondering, Aztec healers would probably have a lot to say about your modern stress levels, your coffee dependence, and the fact that you forgot to eat breakfast 3 days in a row. Next to her, a young apprentice arranges obsidian knives beside a bundle of dried flowers. You flinch. "For surgery?" you ask, your voice tight. She chuckles. "Sometimes, but mostly for ritual. Sometimes pain has to be released like smoke. Okay, a little spooky, but also, somehow, comforting." Another healer invites you to sit as she mixes a sleeping draft from crushed cacao beans, poppy petals, and roasted maize. She dips a reed straw into the thick drink and offers it to you. You sip. It's earthy, bitter, but your eyelids soften immediately, like someone hit the dimmer switch inside your skull. She leans closer. Even warriors need rest. Behind them, a scroll is unrolled, a codex depicting the human body, not just in organs, but in energy paths. A glowing heart, a shadowed liver, a spine like a serpent. She traces a symbol with her finger and says, "This is the Nahual, the spirit, form. Everyone has one. It walks beside you when you sleep." You glance around instinctively. Nope, just you and a bird that looks like it's judging your haircut. The healers were deeply respected in Aztec society, trained at Calmecac, the elite schools, or in temples where gods of healing, like Patacatl, were honored. Some believed they could cure with dreams. Others used songs called Iknokikatl, soft lamentations, to soothe the wounded soul, like lullabies for the broken parts of you. You lie down on a woven mat they offer, the sun warming your face. One healer waves a bundle of burning sage and copal around you, and the smoke curls into patterns: jaguars, butterflies, spirals. You could swear it whispers, but that might just be your own sleepy thoughts trying to tell you something important. "Some say dreams are the medicine of the gods," she murmurs, "and if you listen closely, they'll heal things you forgot were hurting." You blink. Your fingers feel heavier. The mat is impossibly comfortable. The breeze is suddenly laced with the scent of blooming cempasúchil, marigolds, flowers of the dead. But here, They feel more like flowers of deep rest, of memory, of something eternal. Suddenly, you're drifting again, gliding softly across another canal. This time, you don't remember climbing into the canoe, but it feels right. The healer gives you a small stone before you leave, smooth, black, warm from her hand. For dreams, she says, keep it under your pillow. As your boat floats gently away, you turn to wave, but the healers are already fading into the sunlight, like smoke, like sleep. And if you're still with me, still resting softly in this ancient dream, just whisper, continue. The boat rocks gently beneath you, a rhythm as old as the stars above. You lie back against the woven reed cushion, stone still warm in your palm. The canal whispers on either side, brushing against the sides of the canoe, like silk sheets against your legs. You drift, and slowly, as if parting a curtain of mist, the scenery shifts. Ahead, the calm waters begin to flicker with light, torchlight. The sky is darker now, scattered with the stars that seem to blink in approval. And rising above the canals is something you didn't expect. The glow of a grand marketplace, alive even at night. Yes, apparently, sleep wasn't always top priority. In Tlatelolco, the grand twin city of Tenochtitlan, famous for its sprawling marketplace, a place so vast and so organized, it could make your local mall feel like a rummage sale in someone's garage. You step ashore, immediately enveloped by the quiet hum of bartering, the scent of cacao, salt, and dried chilies, and the flash of painted fabrics waving like lazy fire. Even now, deep into the night, this place thrums with life. Traders have traveled for miles, from desert edges, rainforest shadows, and high mountain villages, to offer their goods. A merchant gestures for you to sample his goods. You lift a small, jewel-like fruit to your lips. Tuna, the sweet, prickly pear of the cactus. One bite, and your mouth is flooded with a honeyed coolness, like the chill after a good cry. Here, everything has a place. The Pochteca, the elite, long-distance merchants, move with practiced elegance, wearing cloaks dyed in deep indigo. They were more than traders. They were spies, diplomats, and economic strategists. If LinkedIn existed, they'd be drowning in endorsements. You pass rows of items labeled in elegant painted signs. There's an aisle just for obsidian tools, sharper than modern scalpels. Another for color pigments, ground from minerals and beetles. So vivid, your eyes almost need sunglasses. One woman sells nothing but insects. Roasted grasshoppers, ant eggs, toasted maguey worms. You flinch. She shrugs. Protein. The laughter of children echoes as they chase each other around pyramids of dried maize. Somewhere nearby, a musician plays a bone flute, the sound thin and sweet, like the dreams of birds. You follow it, past baskets of feathers, bundles of cinnamon bark, and jars of honey so thick and golden they look like bottled sunlight. Then you stumble into something stranger, a stall surrounded by Kalmakak students, young noble scholars in white cloaks, scribbling notes onto bark paper scrolls. Their teacher holds up an object, a dried cactus paddle, carved with tiny glyphs. This is a calendar stone, he explains. our guide through time. Days are more than numbers. They are alive. He looks at you, eyes twinkling. Did you know, he says, we have two calendars, one for the sacred, one for the sun. You nod, pretending you totally knew that. You didn't. The Tonalpohualli, the sacred calendar of 260 days, helped guide rituals and divine destinies. The Shupahualli, the solar one, had 365 days. Yes, just like yours, divided into 18 months of 20 days, plus 5 nameless days, considered so unlucky that people avoided leaving their homes. Like Monday, but cosmic. These 5 days, the teacher says, are when the world feels thin, when dreams pass into waking life. Great. Just what your overactive imagination needed. One student hands you a glyph-covered slip of paper. You were born on the day of Ehecatl, the wind god, she says. You blink. Of course you were. The market continues to bustle, yet everyone seems to move with dreamlike grace. Maybe it's the way the torchlight glows on their skin, or how the shadows stretch like dancers across the stones. You feel both awake and asleep, here and not. You wander to the exchange circle, where no coins exist. That's right. The Aztecs didn't use metal currency. Instead, they traded cacao beans, cotton cloaks, and obsidian blades. Imagine trying to buy a burrito today, with chocolate chips and a t-shirt. Nearby, a pair of elderly women sit weaving matladel, net bags, while humming a tune so gentle it tugs at something deep in your chest. You pause. One of them smiles, offering you a warm tamale wrapped in corn husk. You bite in. It's soft, savory, spiced with squash blossom and memory. The stars overhead glitter sharper now. Time seems to slow, and just when you think this moment couldn't be any more surreal, a jaguar strolls through the market. Not a warrior, a real one, large, golden-eyed. No one screams, no one panics. It simply walks like it owns the place, because maybe it does. A vendor leans toward you, whispers, Tezcatlipoca sends signs through the jaguar. Oh good, nothing like cryptic god signs to spice up your night. You follow the creature, your steps quieter now. The market's glow fades. Behind you, the jaguar stops once, turns to look at you with those unblinking eyes, and then disappears into the darkness. Just like that, you exhale, heart calm. Somehow, you feel more connected, not just to this place, but to time itself. And just as your feet grow heavy again, and your eyelids float downward like petals, you hear a voice say, are you ready for the next secret? If your heart says yes, just whisper, continue. The moon rides higher now, casting a pale shimmer across the lake, as you find yourself drawn once more toward the soft, lapping sounds of the canals. Behind you, the noise of the city fades like the last notes of a lullaby, and ahead, only the hush of water and the whispers of plants that don't grow on land. You step carefully along a wooden plank path, the boards creaking beneath you until it gives way to something surreal. Floating gardens, stretching out like a dream built by the gods themselves. The Shinampas. Imagine this, vast mats of earth and vegetation anchored to the lakebed, drifting gently but firmly rooted. bursting with rows of maize, beans, squash, even flowers in colors bold enough to wake the dead. It's like someone looked at a swamp and said, let's turn this into a salad bar for a city of 250,000 people. And then they did. You kneel at the edge of one, letting your fingers trail through the dark, cool water. The surface ripples and reflects the stars. And nearby, a bird calls softly, half lullaby, half secret. The air smells alive. Damp soil, fresh green leaves, and the faint sweetness of flowers the Aztecs once considered divine. These gardens were genius. No kidding. Self-irrigating, flood-resistant, and ridiculously fertile. Some even call them the first sustainable farming system in North America. And all of this floats, sort of like a buffet that comes with a built-in canoe lane. It wasn't just farming, though. These gardens held meaning. Between stalks of corn and lines of chilies, the Aztecs built small altars, tiny shrines to Tlaloc, the rain god. Picture a farmer standing ankle-deep in mud, whispering prayers as he plants, hoping for balance. Not drought, not deluge, just enough. They say willows were planted along the sides, not just because they looked nice, but because their roots acted like natural rebar, anchoring the gardens in place. So yeah, ancient engineers, but with an aesthetic. As you walk further, your foot brushes a stone, a smooth one, carved with patterns, maybe once part of a ritual, maybe someone's offering, or maybe just a rock that got too fancy for its own good. And here's a strange truth for you. Some scholars argue that these chinampas were so efficient, they might have helped the Aztecs build their empire faster. More food meant more people. More people meant more warriors. More warriors. Well, let's just say they weren't exactly pacifists. But not everyone agrees. Some historians still debate how scalable this system really was. Did it feed everyone? Was it a long-term solution or a short-term marvel? The truth, like the gardens, floats somewhere in between. You find a spot to rest, leaning back against a soft bundle of reeds. Crickets chirp from the banks. The moon paints silver highlights across the rows of planted life, and you begin to realize this wasn't just a farming trick. It was a philosophy, a way of living with water instead of fighting it, of building beauty that also fed your people. Oh, and remember the Egyptian mosquito repellent made from crocodile dung? Be glad the Aztecs figured out how to fertilize with lake sediment instead. Slightly less intense. A dragonfly lands on your knee. You watch it twitch its delicate wings, unbothered by your presence. Like everything here, it just belongs. And you feel like maybe you do too. If this journey through time felt relaxing to you, supporting the channel with a like would be truly appreciated. Before you nod off, drop a comment. Where in the world are you listening from? And what's the hour in your little corner of the night? Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. The reed mat under your back shifts slightly as you breathe in the earthy dampness around you. The sky above is velvet black, punctuated by a scatter of stars blinking like ancient secrets. Somewhere, a frog croaks. Somewhere else, a paddle dips silently into water. But here, everything is still. You sit up slowly, your eyes adjusting to the faint flicker of torches lining the waterway. A soft, rhythmic beat thumps from afar, like a heart, or maybe a drum. Curiosity pulls you toward it, and you follow the music, stepping carefully along the chinampa edges, brushing against tall corn leaves that sway like sleepy dancers. The sound grows louder as you drift closer, and then, there it is, a floating ceremonial platform, adorned with flowers, incense, and the faint scent of copal smoke trailing like ghosts. Around it, musicians play wooden flutes and drums carved with jaguar designs. Their rhythm is steady, but slow, hypnotic, like something meant to carry your mind somewhere far beyond the present. Tonight is no ordinary night. This is a ritual for dreams. The Aztecs believed sleep was more than rest. It was travel, a sacred bridge to other realms. They didn't just lie down and hope for sweet dreams. They prepared for them. Herbs like Kalea Zakatachichi, known as the dream herb, were burned or brewed in teas to sharpen visions during sleep. They believed the gods whispered in dreams, and those dreams could be trained, curated, like the most personal Netflix queue ever. You find a place to sit, cross-legged, on a soft reed cushion offered by an elder woman. Her long hair is streaked with silver, and her eyes twinkle with something between kindness and amusement, as if she's seen 1,000 nights like this one and still finds them beautiful. She hands you a small cup of a warm, bitter drink. You sip. It tastes like smoke and rain, and something just barely floral. Maybe it's the dream herb. Maybe it's just lake tea. Either way, your thoughts slow, stretch, like a cat curling into itself. Around you, the ceremony continues. Young dancers in feathered cloaks move in slow spirals, their steps tracing invisible symbols into the planks. A priest hums a chant in Nahuatl, the words rising and falling like waves on the lake. And in that moment, you realize this was how the Aztecs prepared for guidance, not through books or maps or lectures, but through sleep. Deep, sacred, intentional sleep. It was considered a state of wisdom, of prophecy, of intimate communion with the divine. Some nobles even kept dream interpreters, full-time professionals who would sit at breakfast and go, "Oh, you dreamed of falling feathers? That's good luck. Unless the feathers were on fire, then maybe cancel your plans. And here's something weird you might not know. Aztec dream philosophy included the idea that you could visit people across distances through dreams. It's like they predicted astral projection centuries before the internet even existed. Talk about sleep with roaming data. Historians still debate how much of this dream culture was spiritual versus political. Were these visions truly mystical, or did leaders leverage dreams to validate decisions they already planned to make? The gods told me to expand our borders. Sounds a lot better than I just wanted more avocados. You lie back again, watching the stars swirl above. The air feels heavier, more fragrant as the incense thickens. A singer begins a lullaby in a soft, low register, a song passed down through generations, likely heard by warriors, healers, farmers, and dreamers. A boy nearby is already asleep, curled beside his mother, clutching a small clay figurine. A breeze lifts his hair gently, You wonder what dreams are beginning for him now. And yours? Maybe you'll visit Tlaloc's palace, underwater, or fly on the back of Quetzalcoatl across mountains, or maybe just float here, wrapped in starlight and song, content in a garden that moves yet never drifts away. If you enjoy this quiet moment together, consider subscribing, but only if your heart says yes. Turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. A soft hush settles over the lake, like a blanket tucked in by the stars themselves. The night deepens, and you stir only slightly as the canoe rocks gently beneath you. The waters are still, almost glassy, as if they too have fallen asleep. But the city is never completely still. Even in slumber, Tenochtitlan breathes. Somewhere behind you, a torchlight flickers. A distant cough echoes. An owl calls. The night, though quiet, is never truly silent. You find yourself meandering through the narrow canal again, except now, it's not entirely clear if you're walking or dreaming. The reeds glow faintly. The path curves, then twists. And before you know it, you've arrived at something strange. A massive structure rises out of the water, half stone, half shimmering mist. It's shaped like a pyramid, but smoother, quieter, draped in vines and glowing fungi. You're not sure if this is real. You're also not sure you care. Inside, you find the Calmacac, the Aztec school for noble children. But tonight, it's empty of stern instructors and sleepless students. Only whispers remain, circling the halls like lazy moths. This is where the elite were trained, not just in war and politics, but in memory. Yes, memory itself was a subject. They learned hundreds of poems, religious rituals, and laws, all by heart. You pass one of the classrooms. A boy sits cross-legged on the floor, reciting something over and over. A teacher, made of smoke, nods approvingly. The boy's eyes are half closed. He's studying in his sleep. The Aztecs believed sleep helped imprint important knowledge. If you memorized before bed, your mind would etch it deeper while you dreamed. Scientists today call that sleep consolidation. But the Aztecs, they just thought it was practical magic. And here's a curious little twist. Some educators would sing lessons into students' dreams, using rhythmic chants to implant patterns. So, if you ever thought your math teacher was haunting you in your sleep, well, maybe you were just born a few centuries too late. You move deeper into the memory palace, and suddenly, it shifts. No longer a school, but a house. A typical Aztec household, recreated with perfect dream logic. You step into the courtyard, where a woman grinds maize on a metate. She doesn't notice you. She's humming softly, the same tune you heard during the lake ceremony. This woman is no noble. She's a mother of 3, tired, strong, precise. Her hands move like clockwork, and you realize, while the Calmacac trained the elite, there was also the Telpachcali, a school for commoners. But for most families, learning happened at home, passed down through stories, songs, and rituals. You sit on a woven mat as a little girl whispers a prayer to a small clay figure, a deity of maize and sleep. Her older brother laughs, says she's praying for dessert. She says she's praying for good dreams. And in this domestic quiet, you catch another strange truth. Aztec homes often included sleeping mats, shared by multiple generations. Privacy wasn't the point. Closeness was. Warmth, safety, communal dreams. Also, beds were not just for sleep. They were believed to be sacred spaces where your tonali, your spiritual energy, rested and realigned. If your tonali got restless, you might wake up cranky, or worse, fated for bad luck all day. Some even left offerings at the bedside, a flower, a pinch of salt. You know, just in case the gods were doing a midnight house inspection. Historians still debate the tonali. Was it more like a soul, or more like a cosmic Wi-Fi signal that needed recharging overnight? Some say it resided in your head. Others say it wandered during sleep, reporting back to celestial forces. It's complicated and very Aztec. You hear laughter again. The dream house shifts, stretches, and you're suddenly standing outside, a morning market beginning to stir. But the stars are still out, and the world hasn't woken yet. The line between dream and memory and history begins to blur. Your feet feel light, as if you might lift off the ground and float, not with wings, but with knowledge, as if every fact you've absorbed tonight has made you just a little lighter, a little freer. Before you leave this place, you pause. One last glance at the woman grinding maize, the children curled on mats, the flicker of firelight playing across obsidian bowls. This is not a museum. It's not a reenactment. It's a dream made from history. And somehow, it feels more real than ever. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. The morning mist curls low over the chinampas, wrapping around your legs as you drift past. It doesn't feel like mist anymore. It feels like a curtain, slowly lifting between worlds. Your dream is loosening. Yes, but not done yet. The floating gardens stretch out endlessly. Neat rows of greens, maize, beans, and squash, all shimmering with dew under the lingering stars. The water between them is still, but alive. Crickets, frogs, the ripple of a lazy fish. You pass a man crouching near the edge of a chinampa, adjusting the reeds that bind the soil. He's humming to himself, a low tune that follows you like a lullaby. Around him, the garden glows, not with magic, but with a quiet kind of brilliance, a system so effective it could have fed 1,000,000 people, and did. And here's the secret you didn't see before. These gardens were not just farms. They were calendars, stories, temples of rhythm. Aztecs tracked the moon by their planting cycles, worshipped the rain god with every canal, and measured seasons by the blooming of specific flowers. You crouch down near a row of amaranth, its crimson heads nodding gently. That plant? It was sacred, so sacred that when the Spanish arrived, they banned its cultivation. Too powerful, they said, too tied to old gods. You blink, and suddenly the mist opens into a new scene. A large ceremonial plaza, paved with stone and humming with footsteps. Priests, dancers, old women selling incense, children chasing one another in slow motion, like dream shadows. This is the Huey Teocalli, the great temple Not the towering one in the capital, but a smaller version tucked near the lake, dedicated to Tlaloc, the rain god who sleeps in caves and wakes to thunder. Tonight is a festival of sleep, not slumber, but the sleep of the land, a symbolic ritual to let the earth rest between planting cycles. You watch as people bury corn cobs in little woven beds, covering them with soft lake moss and whispering thanks. It's oddly moving. And then, something odd. A man in a mask, shaped like a frog, offers a toast of water to the moon. He turns to you. Even soil gets tired, friend, he says. Let it nap. You nod. You're not about to argue with a talking frog. Did you know the Aztecs had dozens of agricultural festivals, each more symbolic than the last? One included mock kidnappings of maize gods to reflect their journey underground. Another involved people pretending to be dead so the fields would awaken. History was dramatic and sleepy. Historians still debate how much of this was religious devotion and how much was performance. Was it sincere, satirical, strategic? The answer, as always, yes. Aztecs knew their audience, both earthly and divine. The frogman hops away. You're left in the plaza, watching as night deepens again. Not forward into morning, but backward into a dream within the dream. Now, you're lying on one of the floating gardens, a soft reed mat beneath you, the scent of wet earth, crushed basil, distant smoke. Someone beside you speaks, an old woman, face lined like tree bark. She says, "This garden is a sky, turned upside down." You blink. The stars are reflected in the canal. Maybe she's right, she adds. Sleep is just planting dreams in rows. Tend them carefully, and they'll bloom by morning. You turn to ask her more, but she's already gone. The mat is still warm where she sat. You exhale, and for a moment you feel rooted to the chinampa, like a plant that's chosen peace over productivity, the kind of sleep that doesn't ask for dreams, only quiet, only softness. Before you drift further, final detail catches your mind. The canals weren't just for farming. They were also highways, bedrooms, and sometimes graveyards. Some bodies were buried in the gardens themselves, their spirits believed to help nourish the crops. Full circle stuff, bit spooky, but poetic. The reeds rustle. A heron lifts into the sky, slow as a yawn. If you enjoyed this quiet moment together, consider subscribing, but only if your heart says yes. Turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. The heron's wings beat just once, and the world shimmers again, like your dream is taking a breath before changing course. You're no longer lying on a chinampa. You're sitting in a canoe, gently drifting through the narrow canals. Before dawn, the water glows dark blue, under a sky bruised with stars, and the canoe knows the way, without needing you to steer. You're just floating. The air is thick with the smell of night jasmine and damp earth. A paddle dips somewhere nearby, slow and even, and from behind a curve in the canal, a melody floats toward you. A haunting flute. Sad, yes, but not unhappy, like someone remembering something beautiful and lost. The boat turns a bend, and suddenly You see the source, an old man in embroidered robes, playing the flute. He's sitting in a boat much like yours, and he smiles as he plays. You don't recognize the tune, but it feels familiar. It's the kind of melody your bones might know. Even if your brain doesn't, he pauses just long enough to speak. This is the song of the moon roots. Every plant has them. You do too. And then he returns to the flute. You continue drifting, and now the canals begin to widen. In the distance, you see lights glowing, soft amber fires flickering on platforms that float like lily pads. These are the sleeping barges. Few people know about them today, but back then, certain Chinampa caretakers lived directly on their gardens, especially during sacred times. They'd build little reed shelters and sleep among the crops, believing that dream shared with the land would bring better harvests. Some say the gods walked the canals at night, whispering to those who dared rest there. Others say it was just a convenient way to keep watch for thieves. As usual, both things can be true. You dock beside one of the reed huts and step onto the soft, earthy mat that serves as its floor. Inside, it's humble, just a blanket made of Maggie fiber, a clay lamp, and a little bowl of tamarind paste for midnight hunger. You settle down. The walls breathe with the wind, and outside, the gardens hum. You swear you can hear the soil sigh. Let's be honest, you wouldn't last 5 minutes living out here full time. No plumbing, no Netflix, no bug spray, but something about the simplicity of it. Sunrise, crops, music, sleep is intoxicating. Remember when I told you about the Roman urine-based laundry soap? Yeah, history's weird, and yet these floating farmers figured out how to nourish a whole empire while catching some of the best lakeside naps in the hemisphere. Priorities. You close your eyes, just for a moment, and just like that, the dream shifts again. Now you're in a classroom of sorts. Stone benches, smooth dirt floor, and rows of children listening to a teacher who wears feathers in his hair. This is a Calmacac, one of the Aztec schools. Not everyone went here. This was for the children of nobles, priests and warriors, the future elite. But guess what? One of the lessons they learned here was how to dream responsibly. It's true. The Aztecs believed dreams were a form of divine communication, and children were taught to record and interpret them, not just as superstition, but as part of decision-making. Want to be a priest? Better understand what that feathered crocodile in your dream meant. Want to plant corn next season? Did your dreams suggest good timing? One teacher leans over and taps you on the forehead with a soft reed stick. Too much daytime noise clouds nighttime visions, he says. Eat lightly, sleep deeply, let your soul travel. Modern life could use a few of these tips. Some historians argue that these teachings were metaphorical, guidelines for morality and inner balance. Others believe they were literal instructions to unlock cosmic wisdom. It's a fine line, but whether spiritual or psychological, the message is clear. Sleep wasn't a waste of time. It was preparation for war, for harvest, for adulthood. A soft bell rings, and the children leave their mats. You remain, letting the candle light flicker in your memory. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. take a deep breath. Let the world slow down, dim the lights, get cozy, and together we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. The flicker of the classroom candles fades, and your dream pulls you upward like you're made of mist. The stars overhead shimmer again, and the air tastes of maize and morning fog. You awaken standing beneath a grand stone archway, carved with spirals and jaguars. Before you sprawls Tlatelolco, the great marketplace of the Aztec world. It's still dark, just before dawn, but already the place hums with quiet energy. Vendors are laying out goods, shimmering feathers, bundles of cacao beans, woven blankets, obsidian blades that gleam like liquid night. A woman arranging tamales waves at you with a smile, and you wander deeper into Tlatelolco. Was more than a market. It was the social heart of Tenochtitlan. On some days, over 60,000 people passed through here, buying, selling, trading, and gossiping. It was a giant living organism of commerce. And yes, they even had designated nap zones. Not everyone knows this, but some merchants, especially those traveling from distant lands, were allowed to sleep in shaded corners before market hours began. Imagine that. You've hauled a cart of chili peppers and smoked eels across the valley, and your reward is a woven mat and a cup of cacao right next to the jade dealers. Not bad. You find one of those corners now, nestled beside a stone wall. It's quiet, and the air smells like wet corn husks and roasted squash. You stretch out. The mat is firm, but the sense of calm is unmistakable. As you close your eyes, someone nearby begins to whisper an old story. You don't see who, but the voice is low and rhythmic, like wind passing through reeds. They tell you about the Dream Guardians, volunteers chosen during special festivals to protect the city's sleep, dressed in animal masks and armed with rattles. They walked the streets at night to scare off nightmares. Literally, they believed that dreams, especially bad ones, could escape the sleeping body and float into the city. So these guardians would clap, rattle, and chant to keep the dream world in balance. Some wore hummingbird masks, others jaguar stripes. It wasn't scary, it was sacred. Some say these guardians were just symbolic, an excuse to keep an eye out for crime. Others insist they really did see dark dreams crawling like smoke through alleys. Again, history shrugs and says, could be both. The storyteller pauses. You hear a rattle in the distance, once, then again, and then you're dreaming inside the dream, layers upon layers now. You float through clouds shaped like maize cobs. One bursts into 1,000 kernels that rain down like stardust. Now, you're at a festival. Torches line the water, and everyone wears cloaks of blue and gold. It's the festival of the new fire, held every 52 years to mark the end and rebirth of a calendar cycle. No one eats. No one sleeps. They wait. If the stars align, the gods grant another cycle. If not, well, goodbye, world. But this year, the stars do align. You watch as a priest lights the first fire in the chest of a sacrificial volunteer. Don't worry, it's symbolic in your dream. And everyone cheers. Then they run through the streets, lighting torches from the sacred flame, carrying it home and starting anew. You wonder, did anyone manage to sleep that night? Probably not, but in the days after, they surely rested harder than ever before. That kind of cosmic reboot wears you out. You begin to feel the edge of waking, just a hint, like morning pressing its nose against the glass. So you whisper back to the storyteller, wherever they are, tell me one more thing. They lean in close. You can't see their face, just a breath on your ear. The Chinampas are still there, they say. Not all, but enough. Floating gardens, sleeping beneath concrete and memory. They wait for dreamers to return. If you enjoyed this quiet moment together, consider subscribing, but only if your heart says yes. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. The air cools again, like someone has pulled a silken curtain over the stars. You drift softly now, weightless, hushed. Tlatelolco fades behind you, and in its place rises a quieter corner of Tenochtitlan. Here, among the reeds and the scent of wet earth, lies a garden not floated on water, but rooted in memory. The resting places of the Aztecs, scattered beyond the city like whispers. The cemetery isn't like the ones you know, rose and stone and silence. No, this one is full of color and voices. You glide above it, and the candles flicker below, small flames resisting the night. It's the Day of the Dead, or as they called it, Mikailhuitantli, the small feast of the dead. You arrive just before sunrise, and the offerings are already laid out. Skulls carved from amaranth dough, bowls of tamales, and marigolds. So many marigolds, their scent hangs like a blanket over your dream. You notice a small child lighting a candle with trembling hands. They look at the flame and whisper something, maybe a prayer, maybe a joke. Nearby, elders arrange painted gourds and hummingbird feathers around the name of a departed farmer. His tools rest beside the altar, cleaned and polished. Even death, it seems, gets its place of honor. You feel it then, the Aztec belief that death was not an end. It was a continuation, a cycle as dependable as sunrise. The dead didn't vanish. They just moved. Some to the underworld, yes, others to the sun, or the rain, or the cornfields. And if someone died in water, the Aztecs believed they were blessed, sent to Tlalocan, the paradise of the rain god, a dreamy place of endless mist and gentle rain where sleep came easily, and no one ever stubbed a toe again. You float toward a small stone shrine dedicated to Tlaloc. Around it, frogs croak rhythmically, almost like a lullaby. The shrine is adorned with snail shells and painted waves, and someone's left a tiny clay bed at its base. For tired souls, maybe. Here, you lie down again. The earth is soft, the air humming with night sounds and wind through feathers. Your body relaxes into it as if it's always belonged, and just as you begin to drift off, again, you hear footsteps, but they're not frightening. They're soft and padded, like sandals against moss. A figure appears beside you, not a priest, not a warrior, just a dreamer like you. They sit beside you and whisper a final legend. There once was an emperor, not a famous one, not even particularly successful, who believed that the secret to peace wasn't power, but naps. Yes, actual naps. He ordered 1 hour of mandatory quiet each afternoon across the palace grounds, and if someone disturbed the peace, he made them sweep the chinampas for a week, backwards, blindfolded. No one really knows if it worked. Some scribes say productivity dropped. Others say the city's art flourished during that time, but the emperor was happy, and the people, they learned to rest together, to close their eyes without fear. And maybe that's the heart of it all, isn't it? You've journeyed through floating gardens, sacred rituals, dreamy marketplaces, and the mists of ancient memory. And here, now, at the end of it, you understand. The Aztecs didn't fear sleep. They honored it. They wrapped it in flowers and smoke, guarded it with jaguar masks and lullabies. The city may be gone. The empire may be ash. But the dreams, they float still, beneath concrete, beneath rivers, beneath us. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. The stars above you grow soft, fuzzy, like lanterns underwater. The voice fades. The frogs quiet. The candles burn low. And your dream becomes just breath. Then nothing. Then everything.